Take a look at the stats. We've swapped sides of the field, and we are ready for the finish as the fourth quarter gets underway. So on fourth down, here comes the field goal kicker in a huge spot. It's good. Easy call for the refs. And they've regained the lead. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Hey, guys, just wanted to give you a quick update on a game happening in the MAC. Ohio is currently ahead in this one inside a jam-packed Peden Stadium, but the Bobcats have struggled to really pull away. They are up by just one over Kent State. The Maction never sleeps, and we'll circle back if...
Oh, he's got some space. Crosses the 30 to the 31 on a 6-yard pickup. And the Blue Devils can play this second down a lot of ways with just a few yards to go. And he is finding wide-open defenders all over the field. His third interception of the day. And he'll take this one all the way home and into the end zone for a touchdown. What a play by this defense with the pick six.
And how about the defender? Exactly what you're supposed to do. Breaks on the football, makes the interception. Everybody on defense, we turn to offense, go lay some blocks so my guy can get it and take it back to the house.
Getting set for the point after. And the extra point extends the lead to double figures at 10. The kickoff unit is out there, and boy, did that last drive quiet this crowd. He'll bring it out. It's Anthony. And the returner is stopped. And Duke has the ball back, ready to go on the attack. The big thing now, don't get rattled by that last pick six, David.
Nah, it was a big mistake. Obviously, the defense took advantage of it, but you got to put it behind you. Jesse, I'm sure you know a thing or two about throwing a pick six and how to rebound.
I believe I've only thrown one in my life, but yes, I do, because of that singular instance. I'll say this. You can't let that play beat you twice. You got to go out and not try to get it all back here in one play. Just execute the offense.
On third and long, he'll need to loosen up that arm. Another interception. This guy just can't find his own players. He can be dangerous with the ball in his hands, but no room to return that pick, and they'll go on offense from the 21. To the air on first down. Catch in the middle, it's Blake. The ball is down at the 14 after that grab. Going to work on second down, and the red zone is still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. Spins away from the defense. Defense makes a stop, but the chains move, and it's first and goal from the 8. Snap in the shotgun. Looking for the score. And here's the pick. And oh, did they need that right now.
Well, there's no quit in this defense, I'll give them that. Obviously, they're trailing here late in the game. It seems like the opponent's going to win, but still, they've got guys out there playing the way they're coached to play. They're playing with outstanding effort, trying to make plays to claw their team back into the game.
And the Duke offense heads back out onto the field. One of the most valuable things a quarterback can have, David, short-term memory. Just forget that last pick.
You're dang right. Clear the mechanism. It's over, move it behind you. Some players can't do that real well, and it leads to more mistakes, Jesse. You got to just forget about it and move on.
And I think the coaching staff can help him too, David. I think you can get the running game going here and also give him some easy throws.
The Blue Devils with myriad options after that big pickup on first down. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. And this one will be stopped for no gain. Looking for that first down on 3rd and short from the 28. Quarterback on the keeper. Really nice job to get it past the sticks, pick up the first down at the 30. And the Blue Devils come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Wants to throw on first down. Hauls it in. Excellent job working through the air there, finding a hole in that defense and picking up a first down. The Blue Devils are moving quickly down the field. Looking to throw on first down. Quickly out to the tight end. They make the stop, and he'll have enough yardage for a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Looking to throw on first down. Fires complete on the crosser. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the first down. Direct snap. Oh, better look out. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. Out of the shotgun on 3rd down. And the quarterback will be slung down back at the 43.
These are the plays as a defense that mean so much for so many reasons. Getting in the backfield, obviously getting the sack, so putting them a little bit behind the sticks, but also hitting that quarterback, making him think. That goes a long way in disrupting the quarterback's rhythm.
Coach has no choice here. The offense has to stay on the field, down multiple possessions this late. 4th down attempt coming. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. Takes a shot as he lets it go. Makes the grab, plenty for the first down. He's brought down, but there's a flag on the field. Let's see what the call is.
Pass interference. Offense.
What an unfortunate penalty there. They thought they'd converted the 4th down. Instead, they'll have to try it again. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. He'll take another shot here. Ball into the end zone, and it's intercepted.
And that's a really good job by the defense, understanding the situation of football. It's 4th down. It's late in the game. You got a multi-possession lead. Take away all the deep stuff. Make them force the football into coverage. They do, and they stamp this game.
First play of the drive, wants to throw. This will be picked off, maybe just the turning point they needed. He goes down after the short return, but what a play to get the football back. And Duke has the ball back, ready to go on the attack. Their defense came up with a big stop now to see if they can turn it into points. Out of the gun, the inside handoff to the running back. Got the first down and more. And the defense finally makes the stop after the sweet run and good gain. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. From the 14-yard line, it's 1st and 10. The give to the back. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. Operating in the red zone here on 2nd down. Now the play fake. Fires to the middle. Into the hallelujah land. Touchdown, Duke!
One of the reasons this offense is so exciting to watch, they've got guys that are dangerous after the catch. And if this quarterback gets through his progression, David, gets you in stride, these guys will take it to the house.
Man, it's your job to do the rest, right? You hit me in stride where I don't have to stop running. I don't have to break down. It makes it so easy. The connection between quarterback, wide receiver, you can tell this is a good one, and that's why they got 6 on that play.
And the PAT will draw them 1 point closer. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And they top it off with a 14-yard pass for the touchdown. On the move from inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. And the offense takes the field eager to go back to work. RPO complete to open the drive. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. Second down coming up. They'll run play action. Swings it out to his running back. Timeout called there by the defense, desperate to get the ball back and save as much time as possible. And if you didn't know this was a big play, the crowd is telling you, a huge third down. Finds his tight end. Defense uses a timeout quickly, trying to get that ball back and preserve time for their offense. They've got a 1st and 10 at the 34. He'll keep it himself. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. Quick timeout called by the defense, stopping the clock to save as much time as possible for their offense. To the air on second down. Missed receiver there, it's incomplete. What a big play this one could be. Tight game, getting late, 3rd and long coming up. From the gun, wants to pass. Working that left side now. They'll get him on the ground at the 46, and it'll be a 1st down. They're about to run a dirty half-dozen plays on this drive. We'll head to the 2-minute timeout. Tight ball game here, and this offense will try to milk the clock. They've already moved the chains a couple of times on this drive. Now 1st and 10 from their own 46. They've got a solid drive working, but now looking at 2nd and 11. Gets the back moving. 2nd down, he'll throw it. Fires to the wideout. And that pass will be jarred loose on 2nd down. That brings up 3rd down. This will be the 8th play of the drive, but a great opportunity for the defense to get off the field.
Yeah, and really good 3rd down situational defense. You know it's 3rd and long. You know the pass play's coming. Defense was ready. Nice job forcing the 4th down.
So how good you feeling right now if you're on offense in this situation? You want to just play conservative? You want to punt it over and let your defense finish out the game? Or do you trust your quarterback to go make a play and win the game right now?
Throws to the tight end. He makes the catch. And he's chased out of bounds, but not before he gets the 1st down, stops the clock, and has them on the move trying to get the late score. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Wants to go up top on 1st down. That pressure got to him, and he just had to chuck it out of bounds. Backed up now, here's 2nd and long. Looking up top, and time is of the essence. Quick strike complete. They make the stop. Not a whole lot of ground picked up there, and they'll have work to do to get the 1st down. And they'll spike the ball to try to save as much time as they can. Down a possession here in the 4th, and they'll need to convert on this 4th down. He'll try to throw and pick up the 1st down. And it's another interception as his assault on the record book continues. Finally brought down, but what a play, not only to get the football, but to flip the field position with the return.
And if you're the quarterback, you might want to stop throwing that guy's way. I mean, you knew coming into this game, David, he's one of the best corners in the entire country. He's already been picked off twice now. He is literally living in this quarterback's head rent-free.
And so nice to have a guy like this that can cut off half the field, because now you can put resources elsewhere. He's proven if you try me, bad things are going to happen.
And they'll take a knee. It came down to the final quarter, clutch plays, guys delivered, and they get the close win.
Yeah, Reese, big-time players make big plays in big games, and that's what happened in this circumstance. As a coaching staff, David, you love this. You know that you have confidence in your guys to go out and be able to execute when it matters the most.
Correct, and you don't know until the games, right? You don't know when those moments present themselves. How are they going to handle it? Great job handling the close game, executing down the stretch like they needed to.
That's going to do it from here. For David Pollack and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis, and you've been watching another presentation of EA Sports College Football. One of the toughest things to do in all of college football is win on the road. When you're a ranked team going into a hostile environment, these fans are ready to knock them off course. Welcome, everyone, to Acrisure Stadium, home of the Pitt Panthers. As we'll see a squad from the ACC, a team ready to put on a show. Kicker has everything lined up and about set to get this one underway. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. And a really nice job by the kick team to get down there and make sure they limit that return. So Pittsburgh's offense will start this game off with the football. Let's take a quick second to call out some of the impact players their coaches mentioned in meetings this week. Anything you guys heard that really resonated with you?
Yeah, I love when coaches talk about guys that bring it every single day. Like, that we can depend on them. They can get other guys lined up. They're always motivated. They're always being a great teammate. These are the guys that coaches love.
And big-time players make big plays in big games, right? These are the guys that have to play well if they're going to win games like this. It'll be interesting to see what they do today.
Dropping back, it's Holstein. Slips away. On the move, he fires. And a missed opportunity on third down as the defense knocks it free, and fourth down is coming up. Pitt will have to boot this one away. They'll have to boot it away for the first time tonight. Not able to pop the big return, but they've got the ball back and ready to go with a fresh possession. And they are coming off a sensational performance led by this quarterback who's hoping he can build on things, Jesse.
Well, I know, having played the position, when you have a big game, you just can't wait to get back out there again and build on that performance. David, last time out, he was making the right reads. He showed off his arm talent. He had this offense moving up and down the field and finding the end zone, and you know he's excited to take on this defense today.
Yeah, and talking to the defensive coordinators coming into this football game, like, they're not going to do what happened last week. Like, you can't sit back and make the coverages easy for him to diagnose. He'll pick you apart like he did last week. Look for some change-ups and some curveballs for this defense.
Looking for a physical attack from the gun. Man, you got to get hats around this dude. He finds the crease. He's down to the 27. Here comes third and short from the 27. This defense trying to make them settle for a field goal.
3rd and 1, everyone knows it's coming, but the quarterback sneak is so hard to stop. They just got to get 1 yard. Nice job by the offensive line.
Well, a really good push by his center on that last play, making it easy for his quarterback to just tuck the football, belly it, get low, and drive your legs.
On the direct snap, it's King. Oh, and he's going backwards. Defense not fooled at all by the Wildcat. Already well within field goal range. Wonder how aggressive they'll be on 3rd and long from the 22. From the gun, wants to pass. Throws toward the end zone. And trying to put points on the board on 3rd down. Now they're staring at 4th down. Here comes the field goal unit. The holder will kneel down at the 29, making it a 39-yard attempt. And this one sails through just inside that left upright. And that'll put the first points of the game on the board. It's 3-0.
I'll tell you, this is not an easy place to play on the road, especially at nighttime. This crowd, they get loud. That's the way it's been so far, but they have a nice drive to open it up. They're able to execute. They put themselves in field goal range, knock it through the uprights. They did exactly what they needed to do, taking a 3-0 lead here early on the road. That's impressive.
Off the play fake on first down to throw. Finds his big tight end. And they pick up just a few on that completion. Pitt pushing the pace. They run the reverse. Came through like a shot and knocked him down for a loss of 5. This defense has kept them backed up. Now one more stop and they can get off the field on 3rd and long. Bringing the heat. The short hands, it's Davis. Gets it out just short of the 20, out of bounds at the 19-yard line and a little more room to operate.
Good play call on defense. 3rd down in that situation, you're just playing a big zone. You want everybody having their eyes on the quarterback, playing in their areas, and you want them rallying to the football. As soon as that running back caught the ball, they all came screaming in. They were able to make the tackle and now set up 4th.
Punt is in the air. Take the return out of the equation in this rainy weather. Fair catch is signaled for and made. And now the offense will come onto the field again. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. Grabbed behind the line, it's right. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. The play action fake. Caught in the backfield, it's Evans. And the defense had that one well covered, just a short game there. It'll be 3rd and long. Motion from the back. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. He'll pull it down and run. And he scoots his way to the first down and then slides to avoid the hit. Offense in an empty set. Looking downfield on first down. He's got the back in the middle. He stopped just a chain link or 2 away from the first down and sets them up beautifully here. Takes the handoff. It's Kane. Jukes his way for more. Big pickup on the ground here to keep this drive moving and give them a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Right back to the well. Really good running, gets it into the red zone, and they'll have it at the 16. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. From the gun to give, looking for room. He's dragged down at the 12 as they try to cash in on this red zone opportunity. Trying to wear down this defense, a 7th play of the drive, it's 3rd and 1. Running game got it done on the last play, and now it's first down.
That's a first down for the offense.
Wide receiver comes in motion. They'll leave it with him. And this one will be stopped for no gain. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. The RPO, fire complete to the left. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. Makes the grab. And they'll stop him about 5 yards short of the first. And they'll get him down inside the 5, and this offense powering toward a score. Oh, and the attempt is no good. Guys, a missed opportunity there. The lead is still 3.
Well, everybody in the stadium thought that was an automatic 3. Not so fast. Bad miss by the kicker.
They'll snap it from the 20 for the opening play of this drive. The give to the back. Out to the 35-yard line and a little extra breathing room with that 15-yard pickup.
Defense gives up the pretty big run. They get the first down. And listen, you got to reload quick now because this offense, they got their foot on the accelerator.
That is a big win for this defense as they were right there as soon as he got the ball. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. They'll be able to get off one more play before quarter's end. Off the play fake. He lost one down the sideline. And it goes through his hands. Oh, he had an explosive play right there for the taking, but couldn't reel it in. To the air, it's Holstein. It falls incomplete, and we'll change ends of the field to get things started back up. They've switched ends of the field, and we're ready to get things started here in the second. Pitt will line up to punt it away. They'll look to pin him deep. And the punt team able to sling him to the ground. And now this offense will take the field again. Rides to back and leaves it. You want to make sure to maximize those types of runs, and he gets it out to the 41. 6-yard pickup on first down, leaves him with 2nd and 4. Quarterback may change this route. This junior making his presence felt and making the stop after a short gain. They have it at the 43, 3rd and short, trying to avoid making a decision on 4th down. They'll try to pick it up on the ground. Makes a man miss. He's got first down yardage as they move it to the 44. So they move the sticks on the run. Let's see what they do with this one. Hand off from the shotgun. Steaming into the backfield to make the stop, and he'll lose 4. Couldn't get him blocked on that last one. Now it's 2nd and 14. After the run, now to throw. He fires a bullet to the right.
Man, that is one this QB is going to wish he had back. That receiver was so wide open. There was nobody even near him, and the quarterback somehow overthrew him.
Makes the grab. It's Kendricks. He's going to come up about 5 yards short of the line to gain. On 4th down, he'll try to toss it. Got out of trouble and throws. Hauls it in, the first down and more. He's finally stopped, but not before he takes it into the red zone. They'll mark it at the 18. Off play action on first down. Bought a little time, lets it go. And he just flat dropped it. I think he wanted to run before he secured it. Working well behind the sticks on 2nd down. Gets it out quickly. They get him out of bounds right at the 5-yard line, and that one might have saved a touchdown.
I just continue to be impressed watching this guy play. Good decision-making, very accurate. He's obviously got a lot of talent surrounding him, so no surprise with that last completion. He's now over 3,000 yards on the year.
Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost, trying to defend their own end zone. With the run on 1st and goal. Takes it into the end zone for a touchdown.
And this running back is so dangerous down close to the end zone. He's got wiggle, he's got great vision and burst, and he showed all of those attributes right there.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And he made that extra point, the wet turf, no problem at all. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Big one this week in the SEC. Heck, they're all big ones in that conference. The home team is within striking distance, but time is not on their side. Time to see if they can solve this riddle. The Longhorns have built this lead thanks to a balanced attack. Not unlike the days of Ricky Williams and Major Applewhite. If they can stay multiple, they can finish this off. It's just a field goal game. They're trailing by 3 to Texas. It's an outcome that, if it holds, will have SEC fans buzzing all week. Guys?
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. The Panthers headed quickly to the line. Dropping back, it's Holstein. Throws to the wideout. Picked off. What a play to set him up. And they'll get him down after a solid return.
What a game-changing play by this defense. Nice job. You got them backed up in their own territory coming out. Now you force the turnover, set your offense up with some great scoring field position.
So, guys, we'll get another look at this offense. Looking for room. It's Evans. He's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. Looking to fire. Rush coming in hot, and they got him at the 29.
Man, this offense has been bad. How about the first play? Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, tackle for a loss. Second play, you get your quarterback sacked. And the third play, now we're sitting in 3rd and long, right where this defense wants to get us.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to turn one loose downfield. Finds us back in the middle. He can't find enough room. Stopped at the 17, and it brings up a 4th down.
Yeah, and that's one of those where you just look at the coverage. You look at down the field, taking away all the options, making sure you don't throw that ball downfield to get the 1st down. The only option, check it to the running back. Now I close that space. Nice job tackling.
They'll try to get something out of this drive and kick the field goal here on 4th down. And he curls that thing just inside the left upright. And they'll push that lead out a little further.
And listen, y'all know in the booth and everywhere how I feel about kickers. Don't always love leaving it on their foot, so to speak, but nice job executing. He keeps doing stuff like that. I'll keep trotting him out there.
From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. The Pitt offense back on the field and ready to roll. They really need to find a way to generate some offense. And the defense makes a play, sacking him back at the 10.
Man, this defense is dominating all game long. They have been making this quarterback's life so difficult with their pass rush. They bring him down there for the sack. They're not giving anything up. They're leading this game by a lot. We're only in the 2nd quarter, and this ain't going to change unless this offense can find a rhythm.
And the Panthers trying to find their way forward after the big loss on the last play. And the defense gets loose, bringing the heat, and down he goes again.
And this offense, man, they're going to have to figure something out. This is already getting out of hand, but they're going to have to protect their quarterback. They're going to have to start throwing the football and having some success because right now they got a bagel up on the scoreboard.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, no secret what he needs here. Chunked it away just as he was hit.
Well, in a situation like that where it's 3rd and long, there's not a lot of plays to get that thing completed and keep the drive moving. So you're just trying to buy yourself some real estate and help your punter out.
He'll call for the fair catch here. All right, guys, so here's the offense back on the field again. The run from the shotgun. And he has a solid gain before the defense bottles him up. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. Using his legs, it's Evans. Powers through the defender. All down, but he has enough to move the chains. And this set of downs gets started from the 33, 1st and 10. Wide receiver going in motion. They'll go to the ground. Big time play by the defense. He'll lose 4. Couldn't get him blocked on that last one. Now it's 2nd and 14. They'll send the back in motion. Now they're going to throw it. Can't quite make the connection there. Might have led him a little too much. Now facing a 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. Here comes the heat. Always a welcome play for the defense as they get a sack at the 47.
And that was a big objective for this defense coming into the game. Talking to coaches, we want to keep him in the pocket. We don't want him to use his wheels. He's fast, he's elusive, can make big plays. Nice job by the defense keeping him in the pocket and getting the sack.
And here comes the punt team. He ought to be able to use his first punt to pin him deep. Gets the first one of the day out of there. He ought to be fresh. They only used him twice in that victory last week. They've got a little time here to put together a productive drive late in the half. Looking to throw, it's Holstein. And the quarterback caught up to and sacked at the 12. We're at the 2-minute timeout, and these guys really need to build a little momentum to cut into this lead before halftime. 2nd down, they'll go to the air. Pressure coming. And he feels the heat coming, and it burns him up. Another sack. Timeout is called, and it's the defense wanting to make sure that everyone's on the same page for this big down. He did not make it a stone wall on 3rd down. The defense calls the timeout, their 2nd of the day, as they try to get their act together. So from the shadow of his goalpost, he gets the punt away. Makes the catch, and now looking for just a little bit of daylight. Looking everywhere for room to run, but really good coverage, and he'll step out of bounds. Trying to start the drive with a pass. Grabbed over the middle. It's Kendricks. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground covered to pick up the first. They go to the counter. And gang tackling on this dude is a good. Looking for room. It's Evans. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Plenty of work to do here on 2nd and long. Wants to go up top. Got rid of it in a hurry, but he couldn't find his man. It's incomplete. Let's see what they've dialed up on 3rd and long from the 22. From the gun, wants to pass. He's got it. He gives him a fresh set of downs, and this one will be 1st and goal from the 6.
That's a 1st down for the offense.
Here's the snap, looking to throw. Got out of trouble, got rid of it. And it'll be a touchdown. They want to finish the season strong, and man, are they doing that here this Week 11 performance.
Well, this offense is clicking. They've been doing it all first half, running the ball, throwing the ball. They add insult to injury with another touchdown here right before teams go into the tunnel. This defense, guys, they have got to find some answers, and they've got to regroup here at halftime.
Lining up to add another. And the extra point is good, and the lead moves to 20. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And they get it into the end zone with a 6-yard touchdown pass. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. And the return man is stopped, and that'll leave it up to the offense on the next drive. First half in the books. Time now to join Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
Fellas, you've been calling a first-rate game so far today in Pittsburgh. And this offense has been the story through 2 quarters, extending this lead and really dominating almost every aspect of this game. We're talking lethal efficiency from the O-line right on down to the skill position guys. Although I'd argue those big uglies up front are skilled players in their own right. And with that, let's send it back to the guys on the north side of Pittsburgh.
drive to start the second half. Here he comes from inside his own 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, that they get him on the ground at the 20. And the offense heads out onto the field to get the drive started. They'll run the RPO and fire to the right. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. Leaves it with the running back. He's going to lose a yard on that one. They've got to come up with a big play on this 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Takes a hit as he fires. Receiver wasn't ready for the throw, incomplete. The punt team makes its way onto the field. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. He'll settle for some pretty good field position and make the fair catch at around the 35. The Pittsburgh offense is back on the field. We'll see if they can be a little more productive this time around. A 3-and-out the last time they had the ball. And they'll wrestle him to the ground after a short gain. Pitt right back to the line.
Well, the QB decided to keep it on that one. And listen, if you had his athleticism, you'd want to keep it too. Almost every time they run these types of option plays. But he's just going to have to do a good job of understanding when to hand it off, when to pitch it, and try to keep this defense on their heels and read his keys. He's got a lot of talent. Just got to make sure he's making the right decisions moving forward.
To throw, it's Holstein. Just a short pass to the tight end. He'll be stopped short of the line to gain. Needed about 3 more on that one. The kick is on its way. All the way back to the 15. They're able to put a stop to that return right at the 30-yard line. So we'll see the offense on the field to start this drive. Takes a handoff. It's Evans. How about that defense getting back there? He'll lose a couple. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. Back to pass. The short hands. It's Evans. Nice gain on that play, but leaves it a little short of the first down. Passing game very effective on 2nd down. What about here on 3rd? From the gun, wants to pass. Rush coming in hot, and they got him at the 29.
Nice job by this defense, man. They've really answered the bell. This offense had a good first half. Second half, man, starting to put a couple of drives together, pressuring the quarterback, getting the sack, making this offense feel uncomfortable.
They bring the punter onto the field now.
In punt formation to kick it away.
Might have thought he'd want to try to pick up a few yards there, but he's content with making the fair catch right around the 35-yard line. Use the play fake, now to throw. And here's a fumble way behind the line. Everybody needs a little luck, and the offense just got it by falling on that fumble.
Woo, deep breath, right? Man, you fumble that thing, you cough it up, you're like, oh, I really appreciate you, brother. I can't tell you how much I thank you, because the coaches would have been all over me, but big-time break for the offense.
The Panthers, now with a long way to go to pick up the first down. Dropping back, it's Holstein. And the pressure is coming in, and they get him again.
Well, this offense keeps giving up sacks, and they keep finding themselves in situations like this, 3rd and long right now. They don't have many points in this game, and this is a big reason why. It's hard to score if you don't keep the 3rd downs manageable. So moving forward, whether it's running the football on 1st and 2nd or throwing short passes earlier in the drives, they've got to change things up, because taking sacks like this is killing this offense.
On 3rd and long, a check down would be the last resort. Makes the catch. It's Williams. They stop him short, and we'll have a big 4th down coming. Pitt will have to boot this one away. 3 and out. They got stuck in reverse. They hope the punt can bail them out. A fair catch taken just inside the 40-yard line. They've got the big fellas out there. A 3 tight end look on 1st and 10. Leaves it with the back. Can't get him to the ground. A confident, tough, efficient run gets it up to the 44. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. He'll do it himself. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. 3rd and short from the 44, and we might know if they plan to go for it on 4th down by what they call here. From the gun, wants to pass. Unloads to the wideout. That's caught. It's Thomas. He's got 1st down yardage as they move it to the 44. Sends it back in motion. On the ground, it's King. And a pickup of 8 opens a world of opportunities on 2nd and 2. After the good pickup on 1st down, let's see if they keep it on the ground. He'll pull it on the read. They knock him down, but he's got enough to get it across the line and pick up the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll give it to the back. Knocked down at the 29 after a pickup of 4. Solid pickup of 4 on 1st down at 2nd and 6. To the ground with the back. This time the defense was ready and they stop him in his tracks. They'll snap it from the 28 in field goal range, but it's 3rd and short. From the gun, wants to pass. Got it in the middle, it's Kendricks. They've got it just outside the red zone. They'll move the chains. It's at the 21. They'll move the tight end. They'll run it from the gun. Really good running. Gets it into the red zone, and they'll have it at the 16. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. They'll try to get the edge with the toss play here. Got some room, headed to the goal line. And he barrels into the end zone for a touchdown.
This defense is going to have to do a better job being physical. That's 2 rushing touchdowns they've now allowed. They have got to be better close to the line of scrimmage.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And he added the extra point. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Man, it just means more in the SEC, and take a look at how things are playing out here. The home team has the lead right now, but this crowd is restless. They just haven't been able to separate themselves yet today. The Longhorns have been competitive so far, but will need to do a little more if they want to pull this one out.
From the gun, the ground game.
They're up by a field goal over Texas. Games like these just mean more in the SEC, and we'll circle back if anything big happens. You should see.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Brought down just short of the sticks on the screen pass. And the Panthers come to the line on 3rd down, trying to keep this drive alive. Quarterback on the keeper. They got 0 push up front, and they stopped him in the backfield. Just about ready to go in the 4th, and we'll see if any drama can be mustered. Down in the 4th quarter, it's too late for empty possessions. They'll go for it on 4th down. He'll try to throw and pick up the 1st down. Oh, he dropped it. Just didn't look it all the way in, and they'll turn it over on downs. They spun that wheel of fortune on 4th down and come up bankrupt. From the shotgun, they'll run it. Tough run, gets it into the red zone, and they knock him down at the 17. They can really be aggressive after that last play. It's 2nd and 3. They go right back to him. He stopped at the 14-yard line, and they'll stay on the attack from there.
Brought down.
Inside the 15, 1st and 10 from the 14.
Good enough.
Quarterback adjusting the pattern. Toss to the left. Headed to the end zone. And into the end zone for a touchdown. They tack on another score, and how about the way this team has responded to a loss and now about to move?
And this always is the debate of where you fall. It's your job to stop me or I should get conserved, because this offense obviously has had themselves a day, and apparently their day's not over. They're going to continue to keep scoring, and the defense better do something about it.
And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. Kickoff unit on the field, and this defense will be called on to protect this lead. From inside the 10, here he comes. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The Pitt offense back on the field and ready to roll. Off the play fake on 1st down. He'll throw it. Can't make the grab. Quarterback just missed him a little bit. Try to make up for some of that lost ground on 2nd down. The give to the tailback. Got enough for the first, and he's still going. The freshman brought down after a really nice run there. They'll snap this one from the 32. It's 1st down. To the air. It's Holstein. It's complete. They'll get him down at the 48 after the 15-yard gain. Pittsburgh going to work with a fresh set of downs. He'll keep it himself. Right there to stop him, and that'll be a loss of 3. Couldn't get him blocked on that last one. Now it's 2nd and 14. Oh, they're after him. Nowhere to go with the ball, and down he goes at the 39.
And when I got a stud quarterback like they do, I'm going to protect him. I'm going to make sure that I keep him upright, because he can do some serious damage. But this defense applying pressure and applying the hammer in this football game.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, hoping to throw beyond the sticks. He'll try to do it himself. And he is not going to get there as the defense gets him on the ground. Down by multiple possessions, you can't come up empty on this drive. They'll go for it on 4th down. Fires to the right. Oh, he dropped it. He just lost his concentration and didn't look it all the way in. They thought they had a good plan, but it did not work. Turning it on. Brought down at the 38. It's a pickup of 10 and a 1st down.
And this is exactly what you want to do when you're on offense. You have the lead. You want to chew the clock, keep the ball on the ground, keep that thing just ticking, Palmer.
They're just imposing their will, Dave, and that's something that we've seen, I think, all game. Up front, they've been the more physical team. They're the ones that's getting pushed and that's getting movement, and it's carrying over all the way here deep into the 4th quarter.
Back to pass on 2nd down. Got it in the middle, it's right. They've got it inside the 30. They'll mark it at the 28. It's 1st down. Passing game kept this drive moving. Let's see if they try it again. Power football with the run. Got the 1st down and more. He'll be down at the 4-yard line after that terrific run.
What a big-time run for this offense. A physical run, getting down, almost scoring the touchdown.
Yeah, and considering how well they're running it right now, why wouldn't you just hand it off to this guy right here again?
So close to cashing it in for this offense. Wants to go up top. And the defense makes a play, sacking him back at the 10.
I think defenses sometimes get frustrated and you want to get blitz happy and because you give up yards. In this day and age, you're going to give up yards. Who cares? This is the area you got to bow up. Nice job on 1st down, stopping them. A couple more downs here to stay aggressive.
We thought... might see some of this. They'll go to the Wildcat formation here. Direct snap. It's King. And this Wildcat is going to be declawed, stopped in the backfield. Now 3rd and goal and tough yardage to cover here. Back in motion, try to clear the picture. Wants to fire it in the end zone on 3rd and goal. It's complete on the right side. And on 4th down, here comes the field goal unit. And he'll try it from the right hash, and the angle shouldn't be too bad from this distance. That thing would have hit a string in the middle of the uprights. Perfect. Well, that's just piling on. Not the penalty kind, just the mean kind.
And they just tack on more points to this big lead. Listen, 4th quarter was sitting extremely pretty. All we got to do, not give up big plays, make them earn everything they get the rest this way, and we looking pretty good.
Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. They'll ride Davis here. Picks his way ahead, pick up of 3, and gets it to the 20-yard line. After the productive 1st down play, it's 2nd and 6. Back to throw, it's Holstein. That, friends, is a busted play. Incomplete. Couldn't find his man last time, and that leaves him with a 3rd and 6. From the gun, wants to pass. He lobs one high down the left side. He's got it on the outside. And he picks up a huge chunk of yards on that play before he's finally hauled down.
This has been a frustrating day. I mean, they haven't moved the ball consistently, and now you get a play, but they haven't put 2 and 3 and 4 plays together, and that's why they're trailing in this football game. So maybe they can find some kind of a rhythm here late in the game and get something cooking.
Pitt coming to the line after getting another 1st down. Out of the crowd, and now he's got room. Nice pickup on the ground there. They'll move the sticks with the 1st down. Pittsburgh trying to put a touchdown on the board in this red zone trip. Give to the back. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. 2nd down, they'll go to the air. Picked off to stop the threat. Picked up a few extra on that return, but what a play by this defense to get the football.
Nice job by this defense. That might be the exclamation point. 4th quarter, I got a lead. You bring on the nickel defense. You know they're passing the football for plays just like that to make the INT and almost put this one away.
And the offense takes over to dip into its bag of ball plays. He'll do it himself. That may not look like a huge run, but they'll take it as it gets him up to the 24. We've reached the 2-minute timeout, and they have this game in hand right now, but we'll see just how aggressive they want to be on offense. They'll keep it on the ground. They want this clock to move. And he was able to shed a tackle and pick up the 1st down before they finally get him on the ground.
And 1st down for the offense.
Touch pass on the jet sweep. Breaks into the open. Smashes him with the stiff arm. Finally corralled, but not before. He picks up the 1st down.
And these touch passes, it's so hard because there's always action off of it, right? If I fake this pass and I can run it up the gut, or I can throw it and I just spread me out and make me defend so many things, and you could tell they got on the edge quickly, got the big 1st down.
Here they come, 1st and 10 from the 48. He'll pull it on the read. Slithers into space.
And you're seeing his dynamic ability to run the football, that time on the option play. I know he doesn't pick up the 1st down, but that's still a good chunk of yardage, and the defense wasn't ready for it. Moving forward, expect the offense to go back to the option play again and see if someone will finally take the quarterback and force him to pitch it.
And he doesn't find much running room, a short gain on the play. When you know you have a team outclassed, the ability to play to that standard and finish with a blowout like this is really impressive.
And it's almost like playing against yourself, right? You know you're better. You know you're going to win the football game, but how do I continue to still execute? This was so easy, great execution, just beat down in every facet.
And I think as a player, you just love being in such great rhythm, and we saw that right from the get-go in this game. Offense just able to matriculate the ball down the field. Defense was not giving anything up. What a great game plan coming in, and this was just total domination.
Thanks so much for spending some time with us. For David Pollack and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.